we return to class designs. I have all my base warrior abilities hooked up here, and I've got to create 3 more today. So I need my stagger attacks, debuff attacks, and my Oshit buttons. So on shift we now have shift is a lot of different defenses. So block up on R1, and then magic defense up on R2. And then everything defense up on R3. And the crit version will do double the duration and double the effect. Then we have, that one is a bleed. What is the R1? So a threat strike, bleed crit, it's critting. It's a good threat generator. And last one is double attack. I still don't know the identity of double attack, what's the point of it, but we'll get there. Then we have E1, which is a interrupt. We have E2 to knock back. So you can do things if you really want to reposition a target, you can pull one in, swipe, and then push it back to where you want to put it. And then E3 is what again? I think E3 is the slam. So it's a stun. And then a pull right now is just a standard pull. I don't know what I'm going to do with this yet. But, and then we have our Enrage. So E1 is a power up, power boost. You can crit with it for double your power. Then E2 is a knockback. Oh, I don't think I set the shout to use crit. What else do we have? Enrage. And then threatening shout. So this is my AoE taunt. Remember if I had crit. Alright, that's working. Alright, so now oh, stat would not see a knockback. Yeah. So the warrior, I did some offline work there, and I have 3 abilities to get done today, and the warrior is pretty good. I get into a little bit animation work for the warrior. I think I can get the warrior done today, but I'll show you the. So we have the base shield is a block up, so increases your block chance. The R2 shield is a magic defense up. So you kind of have like situational use stuff. And then R3, which is obviously, again, most expensive one, is everything defense up. And the crit version will just double the effect and the duration. Then we have, I have Enrage on the rotation mode now too. So R2 Enrage is, gives you a longer duration and double the power buff. Your Enrage, this is kind of like, it's called Beast Mode right now, but I'll probably do it like Shouts or something. And your R2 Shout is your area effect knockback. Boom. Might be too far right now, probably. But it clears the area. And then your R3 is your AoE taunt. And the other ones are kind of like merged into some of these two. So E1 on E is your interrupt. And there, so I have to double check it's working, but your E1 crit, it now does a silence as well. And then your E2 is the single target knockback. I think I showed you that yesterday. And your E3 is your stun. So you kind of have like interrupts and utility there, different shouts that are sort of AoE, or different kind of shouts, powers, whatever. And then Q is just, we have a high threat attack, Q, a bleed, and now if you use the bleed while you crit, it'll actually crit every time. So you can like Q something and get some good standard ongoing threat because it's always critting. And then R3 is double attack, but I don't, well, it's leap attack when you got a crit. But, and then the non-crit version is the double attack, but I'm trying to figure out like what's the identity of that ability. I don't really know the purpose of it just yet. Yeah. And so now we're going to do the stagger attacks. I'm just going to call these default names for now. just use powerful, strong, and weak. Alright, so I'm going to use I'm going to take a Shield Slam ability as the base right now. And we'll work on the weak one first. And so we'll put maybe a 30 stagger. And a 25 stagger. So the weak one is we'll say 10. I need to create some formulas for damage points and stuff. So it's going to be 5 mana cost because this gets reduced at R1. Maybe I do 20. And let's go to our kit. And this is going to be on R, I think. All right. Now we can do. Let me just try this real quick. Yeah, cool. Alright, so let me get these stat changes set. Oh, we don't even need these. We don't even need these. At the moment, at least. Probably should save them anyways, but so the calculations I need to start using is to set these base values. And I should stop using weak termed and like just efficient for now. And so a powerful stagger is going to cost like 10 stamina. Or 20 stamina for like 40 stagger. And so 20 divided by 40 is like half. And so I need it lower than this for, so I need like, or 5 divided by 30. So 5 mana for 25 stagger. And then powerful, if we did a 40. Actually, let's make it a little bit even less, 30. So it's 20 mana or stamina divided by 30. So it's not as, but then this is 25 already. So like, what's the fucking point of ever using this? So I guess we'll go to 40. I'm probably going to have to play at the mana cost as well. That would bring it to 30 by 40.75. But it's a big enough burst that you get it in like, maybe you finish off the stagger in one rotation versus not one rotation. And this has to set somewhere in the middle. So 10 mana for 30 maybe. Another thing I need to understand is like there could be a lot of buttons that have different ways to like increase your ruins a little bit or something. Alright, that's R1. R2. A little bigger. And then R3. So it slowly goes up. But obviously R1's the most efficient. I'm going to keep stagger pretty basic right now. Yeah, it's supposed to be it basically is a multiplier as you go up on your R. But it's the efficiency stuff I'm trying to feel out if it's working or not. Because like right now, your R1 is supposed to, it has really good identity of R1s are efficient. And so if it's dealing damage, you're getting more damage per stamina than your R3. But your R3 is burst. And so it's time efficient. And so if you need to burst, say, during something staggered, you do the biggest amount of damage you can in the shortest amount of time. So it's time efficient. But what is the identity of R2, right? It's neither of them. It's neither time efficient or it's kind of like in the middle. And it's like, what's your player motivation to ever cast an R2? So that's something I have to kind of figure out. It could be that R2 gets like a special effect on top of its normal thing. Or it's just that they're just unique abilities at that point. So my R2, like I have a stagger attack. Technically, they should be doing more things than just a stagger, but I'm keeping it kind of simple in this phase. So R2 could be a stagger plus stun, or stagger plus snare, stagger plus knockback, these things. Yeah, for now, I'm just keeping them all like really straightforward. So this is a crit. I guess I could start making them all do the same value. for now. So powerful base. But one's more efficient than the other. So if weak is 25 for 5. Yeah, no, I think I have it right. Then we do crit. So weak crit is going to be 50. Strong crit is 60. I could potentially have things like an R1 crit is less effective than an R3 crit. And so R3 crits are obviously you want to use R3 crits, but I don't know. This might be I might have a long cooldown on stagger things. We'll see. Because it comes down to the stamina usage. Once I tweak the stamina use stuff, it'll make a bit more sense, I think. Because this is a 30 stamina ability, but it basically staggers the opponent. I do need to do diminishing returns on stagger. I do not have that yet, I don't think. And I need to not necessarily diminishing returns because that probably won't be likely, or it might be likely, but it would be more of like cumulative returns. And so an enemy can only be staggered like 3 times during one encounter or something like that. And potentially each time you stagger them, it's lower duration. I'll put this down here somewhere. And then stagger resistance for bosses. Okay, let me see here. So we can do big freaking stagger amounts when we have a crit. And the trade-off value here is you're only getting stagger. Like, I don't think I'm going to do much damage with it. Oh, I forgot to add them to the kit. This is what? Boom. And yeah, we'll probably have like a longer cooldown on these things. It's hard to, when you're at this stage, to like understand the so-called value sometimes, because I'm not really caring about stamina and stamina drain over a long period of time. So I don't quite understand the weight of it. It's going to take some playing and play testing. And he's taking more damage now. It's back to normal. I might have to increase the stagger drop to 10 seconds, because you don't get a whole lot of time. But it's kind of like you're kind of supposed to be planning for it, so there's some of the aspect there. But because combat's a little bit slower, 10 seconds isn't. 5 seconds is like one spell almost, if you're rotating through things. But again, it goes back to the making sure you're planning things right and timing it right, so it does make sense. It does fit the goals. Alright, so that's that for now. I can quickly get a different shield ability. I can't. So I've used that one. This one's not too bad. let's go with that. More of the browns. That's fine for now. I think hit play, it should show up now. Okay. 2 more to go for now. Then we got animations to go on. So these ones, let's think here. These ones should be pretty simple. Except this one. So debuff attacks. These are all simple. Let's get that one out of the way. So Kipling Strike we already have here. Then we'll do a power debuff. So what can we call that one? Just enfeebling. Strike. And then the last one, armor pen. Break armor. Crit. So break armor. Well, again, we'll just use the shield. The stagger base is fine. Or the where's the shield bash? Yeah. Copy here. Okay. So that's there. What's next? And then crippling strike I have a base for. And this is break armor. And then this will be called what? Power debuff. It's weakening. Get my thesaurus out. I'm using strike too much. What's a different word for strike? Weakening force. There we go. And so I'm just going to use shield bash as a base here. Copy here. The list for you. And then on the crit here, or the level up stuff, kits, where's my kits? Level up progression. This is going to be 3. It's not bad. Kind of like this one. So that one. I have to make sure I do a tooltip pass. Awakening Force. Okay. At some point, I'll see if I get to it this month, but I'm going to attempt to rotate your entire ability bar every time your runes change. And it's probably will be distracting, but it'll hopefully just sell the system. And I'll have to try and find ways in the future to portray it better. All right, now in kits, we have 1 through 3 here. Kit 1 is going to be break armor, which is that's the newbie one. It's the wrong one. What am I doing here? These are sorted weird. This is break armor. This one is weakening force. And last one's crippling strike. And so weakening force is now doing so the base here is going to be a I'm going to go to attribute power and do duration. We'll say for 10 seconds as a base. And maybe 15 as a base. And then power.crit. This one should ignore crit technically. Anything that's not a crit should technically ignore crit. It's going to be at, no, it's going to be subtract power. The value is going to be like 5. No variance. I should probably stop coloring these. Maybe the borders. And just start using other borders. I think it's ruining the look, a little bit of the look on them. So I'm going to stop coloring the borders. And just using different ones. Show on UI. And so let's see if this is a quick test. This is what, R2? R2. Yeah, that looks better. So it's sitting for 11, 8, 11, and now it's 5, 4, 4, 4. So then when it falls off, back to 8. 8. Parry. 10. Okay. That's working. And then the obvious thing here is it's going to be weakening. Oops, shoot. Damn it. Let's see if I move this back, does it fuck up? No, okay, good. Copy here. Weakening, shout. And we're going to apply the same thing. But this is going to now be an AoE. We'll say 1,000. We're not going to have anything here for now. I'll just do battle cry. Core. I guess I'm going to just keep them up. Oh, I didn't add it to the crit stuff. Okay. And then this crit one needs to also remove crit. And then we go to the kit. This is R2 crit. I don't know why it's sorting this way. Alright, so we have the weakening force. And then weakening shout. Applies it all to everyone. And we'll work on that soon enough. Make it do a little bit of threat to everyone too. Weakening shout. We'll do like threat 100. Alright, so that one's done. Now break armor is going to be pretty simple and straightforward. I could even just go to my stat change here, copy this. Change this to physical resist. And we'll modify it by like 15% to start with. And this is break armor. And not this. Do something different here. And let's break armor. Let's do that. It's pretty straightforward. Okay. So break armor is there. And then break armor crit is pretty. We'll do just an AoE again as well. So we'll take weakening force crit, and we'll just copy that. All right. Kits. All right, so single target, break armor. So I'm hitting that one for 9, 10. Oh, no, yeah, weird. Oh, it casted the wrong thing. What? Break armor, base. Casts this. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's not set right. There we go. Alright, so I'm currently hitting for 9, 8, 9, 10. Break armor. 10, 9. It's kind of like slightly because I'm lower damage. I'm not going to be seeing too many benefits, I don't think. Let's just jack it up. Subtract resist physical, we'll do like .6 just to make it more apparent that it's working. It's only going to give me like 1 damage at this level. So 10, 9. Huh. Duration, negative, enemy. Oh wait, it's not, still not doing the right thing. Do I have the wrong thing in? Break armor. Am I casting the wrong spell? Just not realizing. Probably just starting to auto attack and not realizing I'm changing my rotation set and not applying the right buff. So I know it hits around 9 or 10. Wait, why is this weakening force? Oh, because I set that as the first one. Okay, so that's the problem. This needs to be break armor. Because that's what I had first. So now we have the proper break armor spell. And now, so 9. And then when we finally go back to R1, break armor. And we're not doing deletion. Is my warrior's auto attack set to physical? Yep. It's interesting. Wonder if it's randomly just the auto attack. So let's try if I do Q, it's 14, and then break armor, still 15. Okay. Do I need to check my stat component? Let's see if this is doing it right. So 0 resistance. Oh, do I have a stupid clamp somewhere? It's probably in this set. I think I remember someone reporting this to me when I set a statistic. Resist. Yeah, my resistances are clamped right now to 0 to 1, when they should be like -3 to 3. I'm going to mark this down in my Discord. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. You doing like target and stuff? I'll be right back. 1 second. Alright, I'm back. So now this should work. So 10. Let's see, I think I have 0 armor right now. And then armor break. What the hell? What the helly? So duration, negative, enemy, physical, subtract, resist physical. Let me print this. So -6. And yet it doesn't go and stay there. Or it's not pulling. Unavoidable. What? I don't have it as unavoidable, right? No, I don't. I do. The auto attack is set to unavoidable. It's not using the right thing. What? Oh, this is not being set? Weirdly? Or no, it's set through the... It's set through here. No, it's not set through here. What the helly? How in the world am I not saying this? Turn it down, TT. That is wild. Alright, so now, once again, 8. And now we're getting actual values. 10. Break armor. 14. And now it's -6 physical. And it's increased. Weird. Oh, whoops. And get those prints out. Alright, and then the group version applies the same debuff, so we don't have to change anything there. But that's implemented and it's working is the key part here. And I've already tested this as well. And then this one's just a snare. Crippling strike, which we can put on warrior set 3 here. It's already there. Hold up. Oh, yeah, so it's already there. So it should be working already. And there's the snare. And obviously we're going to want much longer duration than that. We'll do like a 10-second duration maybe. I do think I'm not going to have... wait, what? So crippling strike's not even using that thing. This is now crippling strike. And oh, that's just the damage, and then the snare will do for like 5 seconds. I guess the warrior version of snare is just a short duration snare and stuff for now. And then we'll make the crit version crippling shout. And I think that's all I need. No fries right now, T. The car's, Mom's already taken the car out, honey. I'm gonna go AFK for just a few minutes here. Go to the bathroom and help my kiddo. I'm back for a few seconds, but I'll be muted. I just realized I've been muted this whole time. Go me. All right, input. I have a bug here on auto attack. Auto action. Do I not have a channel state? What? Channel. Yeah, I don't have a channeled state. Interesting. Only a casting state. Which kind of still applies. So if I go back to auto action. Okay, we need to do it before this, before that, and then get owner, get stat component, and get casting state. And if it's true, we do nothing. Prevent auto action from triggering when casting state is on. So I have this going. Okay. So we don't do it, and so basically then we go back to server and we do like disable auto action end or toggle or cancel action auto cancel deactivate. Okay, so maybe I want to not end but instead, because we don't want you to like have your auto attack turned off mid combat, it feels weird. Auto action, go to toggle. So maybe we just do this again. Or actually, no, I have this figured out already. What am I doing? I think I still should have some, I guess, redundancy to make sure it doesn't turn on during all this. Okay, so I need something to do with channeled end. Okay. I'm gonna just hack this one. So when this ends now, we'll just create a function. Channel restart auto action. Let's see if this works. That did not work. Oh, that could have been why. Okay. What the heck do I use to? Oh, I'm not doing this properly. That's why. It's supposed to be. If I go back, wherever it is. This is not the one. I need to do it after the cast time. So cast time plus .25. We restart the auto action. Come on. RB. Okay, so that did it. Recast attempt event. And then let's try .25. Why is it so delayed? Yeah, I've been going back and forth here. We've got a bug where auto attacks are going off during a channeled ability. try this time. There we go. That's all I want to see. I don't think I have a crit yet for that one. All right, so this fortify was 50%. I guess let's do 40. And then copy here. 45 crit. This one will be 80%. Add this to the crit table. Oh, this one also needs to remove crit, which I also think I forgot to do on this one. And then into the kits, I need crit 2 is now fortify. Crit. Weakening shout should be, do I not have a weak? Oh, that's right, it is. That is the right one, okay. I'm gonna test this over here, so. Getting hit for 11, 10, so the base one brings it down to probably 4-ish, 5-ish, 6, 6, reduces it by 4 or 5. Then we get a crit here. Now it should be like 2-ish, 2. It's a big damage reduction, but you can't move during it. It's kind of that oh shit button of save. If you move it, it cancels. Oh, I do need to do then. I might need to make a separate cancel thing for channeled. So we have the cancel, the interrupt to automatically stop the spell. If I'm going to hack this one too, P3RD interrupt. I'm going to duplicate this and call it channeled. And interrupt channeled. And And so it's going to be the same thing, but we're going to restart auto action. Which I think I can just do auto action, auto. I don't need this here. And over here, auto action, auto initialize. Action, auto initialize. And then this can now be deleted. All right, so I hit auto attack. I'm making sure that auto attack doesn't keep going as you channel an ability. And oh, I do need to make sure that if I cancel it, the ability goes away. The defense goes away, right? Do that. And yeah, the buff goes away. And then once again, if I channel, but then if I stop, okay. All right, so it did go. Let's see here. So if I channel this in the end, it should start the auto attack right away. Can you just put the fries on the plate for Tifa? Give it to her. Okay, that works. So maybe I'm just going to repeat that then. I guess because this could be canceling something. By like this thing by 2.5 or something. Did I actually set that over here? Interrupt channel, yeah, I did. Okay, so that one's working. And then I do it again. This time I cancel and starts attacking right away. Good. Now the last thing to do when I start it, I want the client to stop their thing. So auto action, maybe CE, deactivate. Okay, that's the wrong one. Action reset. There we go. So I actually got canceled. Goes through. And starts right back up. And then if I do it again, and then I move, it goes back. And we're good. I could make your auto attack also give you, wouldn't make much thematic sense, but auto attacking could be your resource generator, so you never, like for melee, you never like are trapped at 0 mana. And maybe you get 1 stamina per attack. So you have like a slow drip feed of stamina coming in. Oh yeah, blueprints are king, yo. There's a reason why, like, there's always this question of should you learn C++ and stuff, and every time, I've kept building and kept building, and like I've always been that person, like maybe I will have to learn it, when I hit a blocking point, but I never hit that blocking point where I need it. You know, I built this massive game architecture that right now is running really, really well. And you look at other, you know, games that do a lot of open playtests and stuff, and they get crashes and you know, tons of things like that. And you know, art, you know, you can vouch for me. Like, there's no there's no performance problems. Maybe there's a few more graphical based, you know, drops in FPS, but you know, the combat feels good. It feels on point. It feels like it's working. No server crashes. I had like 1 server crash like a year ago, which I think was just a nav mesh issue, but don't have to worry about compiling and like, you know, syntax errors that messed up. The other thing is upgrading to, because Unreal Engine has a like backwards compatibility kind of rule. Me upgrading to other versions of Unreal is like usually flawless. There's rarely any problems I ever have to upgrade to the next engine, because Blueprints is all backwards compatible with Unreal. And then there's the aspect of designers in the industry are used to using a lot of like code tools like this, right? You know, it doesn't matter if it's proprietary tech or whatever. A lot of them use these things, and designers live in spreadsheets, right? So that's why I kind of stuck with the data table format, because designers are very accustomed to working in spreadsheets and data type things like that. And so these are become my designer tools. All right, so my last ability for the warrior is protect the target, which is a health redirect, which I do not have code for at the moment. And so it would apply a buff that gives them a redirect. Let me BRB one more time. All right. Okay, so let me think this through. All right, that got fixed, so that works. All right. So it would be a buff, so it would be a stat change. So it's a buff on a target. And then before they receive damage, we check for health redirects. And then we would either split the damage, between targets. So like this is going to probably, as a result, we need a percent value, like float, to show how much damage redirection there is. Probably a max. There could be a max value redirect. I'm going to put this down. I probably won't implement this part of it, but max damage reduction float. Because I'm just going to probably make it duration based for now. but I could have it so it gets cleared after X amount of damage. But that's going to take a bit more code, so you would need like a current max system. When the max is hit, purge the health redirect. And the health redirect is just going to be an array. I don't think there's much point in having an array of targets. It will just, I'll only allow one health redirect, obviously. So you can have like 2 tanks that stack their stuff. It's just going to overwrite. One target only. Actor. Variable. And so we can preemptively start doing this a little bit. Let's go down to my stat component. And we're just going to say the variable health redirect target. Make this an actor. This is our giant load thing of code. And then, so where are our giant health damage calculation? I need to find the very last where we apply health changes, which I believe is here. And so this is going to be, we need to once again check for if it's positive. Or if it's adding or subtracting. So right here, if it's adding, it's obviously healing. If it's subtracting, it's doing damage. And so we would just, this would all be the same actually. Let me just copy and paste that part. So this goes here. So adding, this is, I'm going to say, mark this healing, final, set. And then this is damage, damage, final, set. And we're going to say, does this exist? Is valid. Have to do a couple little checks here. Gotta make sure if it's valid. We also have to make sure if it's get stat component. So if it's not valid, we just pass through as normal. If it's valid, we need to make get dead state or get statistic. And we're going to get dead. If they're dead, we're going to go through as normal, because we don't want health redirects when someone is dead. And then if they're dead, we're going to actually clear the target, the health redirect. They are no longer valid. And then we just continue down. Make sure there's no empty holes in logic. Oh wait, this is supposed to go here. If they're dead, we clear the health redirect, and then we move on. And so this is where we need our actual setup here. So we're going to, I'm going to do my little refresh the browser trick, or refresh the engine. Just while that's loading. All right, so now what we're going to do is on stats all, we're going to add another one to my giant list of stat changes. Health redirect. Save that. And then we need a new struct called health struct statistic change health redirect. And as we said, we need the target will be the action owner, so we have that. We need a like distribution. Let's say percent. And this I'm not doing right now. Yeah, I think I'm just going to leave it just as percentage. And then we go into the main struct. And we're going to add the health redirect. Save this. Close, boom, don't save. Reopen. I got a little bit of setup here. So I need to find all of these. So warnings on health redirect, we just passed through, we don't care. Stat mod, we can set up this. So if we get a health redirect, all the way down here, and this is as simple as setting this, but we're going to get the process. So if we are applying this, which is when the buff gets hit, we're going to set this to the action owner. Again, this is a stat component on a character. The action owner is who casted it. And for removing it, we're just clearing it. And then set stat, I don't think we need. Get stat, we don't need. They don't apply here at all, just like passives, reloads, threats. The get stats, I could do a, oh no, I can't do a get on health redirect, that's fine. And base value, there is no base value, so I think that's fine. And I think that's it. Okay, now we can do the damage calculation, distribution. So back over here. And now we have access to our stat change component. And I'm going to need more room for this. I can technically, because this is the same thing, do that. Clean these lines up a little. And then let's reroute this here. So now we can get our health redirect percentage. And we're going to take so I have to separate the values now. So whatever this value is how much the redirect is going to take. So we're going to multiply this value by this. And then we're going to just take so we need to now do a health redirect, get health, or get get component statistics. Get statistic, resource health current, minus, oh well, this gets complicated because we obviously don't want to use this entire calculation is based on, so like this would be based on the clerics or the mages or the enchanters damage mitigation. So I actually need to do a whole other damage calculation to this target. How am I going to do that? Because we obviously want the tank to have its own mitigation values, reduce the damage further. I'll be right back. I need to think on this. Alright, so I did this a little bit wrong too. I'm trying to think where I would properly place this. So first up, this is the wrong spot for all this. So I'm going to put this back down here. I'm forgetting about mitigation calculations. So I don't need this here. How could you do it wrong? I know. Alright, so that goes back to normal, how it was. And then I can just attach this here to be a little cleaner. And then this was also supposed to be here. But this one we can pop here. Make it a little cleaner. Okay, the things I forgot. Let's write them down. So we will transfer it based on pre-mitigated damage. So after crit, after other modifiers, before resistance checks. So warrior applies the buff. Damage is received based on his stats. And then, enchanter receives damage based on their stats. 60%. 40% resistances. All right, so I need to figure out where this is going. So we should have the raw final value before resistances. Level difference. Block chance. Okay, so here's the resistance. Whatever you do, don't eat a whole tub of Dreyer's extra chocolate peanut butter to yourself. Yeah, I would think so. We actually make homemade peanut butter. It's actually delicious. It's actually so easy to make too. You literally just take peanuts and blend them. That's all you do. And then you can add honey if you want honey in it and other things, but we pretty much just do the blended. Alright, so this is the crit modifier here. And then it goes into adding or subtracting. So that kind of is helpful because we don't have to duplicate code up. Let's just copy this here or cut that. And because it's only ever going to apply to, technically you could have a healing redirect as well. which could be future functionality. But whatever. So I don't have to repeat this little enum in my code, so that's good. And so crit is, so we have the raw damage with or without crit. And that's this guy here. And that is before resistances have been applied. So now we need to move a whole lot of stuff here. I could probably make this a function and stick it right here. Let's do that. Let's make a health redirect function. Function health redirect. And what's this going to, it's going to output the remaining value. So we have right here, damage intake, power. Do I have any other mitigation checks? I do have a mitigation check over here. Damn it. It's probably fine now. It's not like I can just kind of put it here. I think for now. Fudge nuggies. How much would it be to see? I really don't want to mess with the current flow of calculations. Because I don't want to have to troubleshoot that at all. But we should, in the future, I should be having all mitigations. I'm going to note that. I keep forgetting to note some of my vertical third stuff. Damage mitigation effectiveness should be calculated together after crit. Or I guess that's the reason why I do it. Technically, resistance should be, no. Yeah, it's definitely like you have the raw crit, you have the raw damage, then you get the raw crit damage, and then you start taking away based on values. And so Can I just damage intake? What did I? Okay, we're just setting damage intake. When do we use damage intake? Power. So we haven't used it yet. So now it's okay, so good. All right, we're good. All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. So damage intake. We're here it is. Okay, so we're actually good. We're good. All good. All good. All good. So here's the raw crit damage being reduced by like damage effectiveness, or like if you take more damage or take less damage. And then after that, you check for resistances. And so this right here is where I want to mitigate the damage. Or redirect the damage, I should say. And we will do a bool just for valid, I guess. And value. So if, let's see here. This is, if it's false, we just go through, do everything normal. Nothing happens. If it is true, we're going to set this differently and then go through it normal. So if it's true, I believe we're just going to change the value. Actually, yeah, we don't even need this. We don't even need this. All we're going to do is a calculation to change this. Okay, actually I do, because this is a local variable to this function. So I do need this. If it's false, go here. Go there. And we're just doing this here. And it's going to be whatever the value we calculate in this thing goes through. And now we're going to take that out. And then let's figure this out a little bit. Oh shoot, there's a bunch of local variables I might need, so I might not be able to stuff this in a function, because I don't want to add another stat thing. All right, no clean function for me. All right. So once again, we are coming in. We're subtracting a value, which means it's damage, because this is the health line of code. We check if there's a health redirect. If there's not a health redirect, we are passing through down here. We do absolutely nothing. If there is, we first check to make sure they're not dead, because if they're dead, we clear it and then we go down to normal. And so this is where, so this is no longer valid. I need to get rid of that function. Taking forever for some reason. I'm deleting a function, apparently preparing skin to assets. That makes sense. All right, so this is where I need to take this target and do get component. Oh, we already have it. Do I have a stat modify? You land in a world where everything is multicast. What do you do? You lag out and get disconnected. You replicate. Nice. All right, so what is my I think it's this one, is the change statistic modify. And the stat, we're going to promote this to a variable. Health redirect statistic change. Or I'll say damage. And we can set some variables here. So set in combat is true. This is getting very complicated. Action owner. Maybe not. Action owner. Ground class location. It's just that. We can just do statistic group ID. Stat. Oh, do we not use it here? We don't use it here. Oh, so technically, we're actually doing the exact same stat change. So that simplifies things. So we don't even need this statistic change. Where is it? We're getting this. And all we have to do with this is set member. We're going to break. Oh, so we do need that shit. We can't modify this one. We're going to take this and break. And get the value. Break that. We're going to set this first here. And then we actually don't need this. And then we would take this guy, set members instruct, break, value, now we set members instruct here with the value. And this is where we do the value calculation. Which is, oh shoot, this was, god dang it, frickin' health calculations. So now I'm sending it calculation to the warrior, and it's after crit, which means it could be a quad crit if it rolls crit on the warrior. Fuck. So we have to do it before crit. God damn it. Okay. Well, move it again. Because basically I'm sending it. So if it came through, it was a crit, it would send to the warrior, and the warrior would do all these calculations all over again. And so it could potentially be a quad crit pretty much. A crit with another crit modifier on top of it. And so now we're going to have to do another split, which I don't like to do. I'm sure there's a better way to do this type of thing, but so for now, for adding, we're just bypassing everything. I'll do this. This is all crit stuff, so we can guaranteed crit, roll into there. We can ignore crit and just bypass the crit, do normal hit, yada, yada, yada. And then the variable we'll be changing is this one. That's what we're going to modify. If it works, it works. Yep. All right. So, before crit, now. I'm in quicksand right now. I keep sinking and sinking. So, now it's going to duplicate up with power. So I have to go further back in the calculation. Because then their power would get doubled. Maybe I just go to the very start of this whole damn thing. That's probably the easiest thing to do. I can't see why I wouldn't want to just do it before all calculations. And then you're getting the core pre-mitigated everything. And luckily I have a split here already. Move that back. So we can put the code here. So we come in, resource health current, we're trying to change. We make sure the target is not dead. If they're dead, we don't do anything. If they're banished, we skip through and just call immune. If they're not banished, we're setting different math values. And then if they're immune damage, we set them over to immune. False. The passive check stuff doesn't matter. That's passive check stuff. And now we get into creating resistance, all the different modifiers. The variance to the stat. Technically, I'd probably want it after. No, because if I did variance a second time, it would get a second variance. I can't change the value at all before the health redirect split. Let me attempt to move some of this around. But yeah, I love blueprints that you can really follow the logic, right? That's one thing I love about blueprints. You can read it in a very human readable manner. So down here, subtract flat is what we want. I don't even use percentage really all that much right now. Subtract flat, come through. Again, look for health target. If it's not valid, come all the way through here, and we just skip. Skip like a cutscene. And then here, there is a redirect. We make sure he's not dead. If it's true, we skip through and clear it so it doesn't happen again. We're getting its health component, which we won't actually need here. We're getting the stat change. And so all I think we need to do now is the value change. This probably don't have to do yet. So now we're updating the value. I don't even know why I need this stuff here, but anywho. The original name, or I think we have that actually, action name. So we have those, we have the action owner, because that's important, because that's going to identify which power source to draw from. Like the monster hits the cleric, this is the action owner, this is the monster. And it's going to use his values for, you know, damage calculations. This is fine. The stat group ID, I don't remember. I shouldn't need it at this point. Because it might actually get a new one. Change in it. Because as this comes in here, I guess not. I guess that gets identified from the, let me just pull it. I'll just make a new one. That gets created from the action component here. And so, which is kind of like a randomized number. Stat change. I probably don't need to care about the stat change ID at all. Alright, I'm just doing game time in seconds. Whatever, that's fine. Just in case for some reason it needs that, but I don't think it really needs it. And so now the value. So the value at this point is literally just what's in the stat change. So we're pretty much getting this. We're breaking. We're getting the value here. And we're multiplying this. And I don't need this. The target of this is going to be the health redirect. Okay. Get component statistic. What? Oh. I was doing a call instead of the. And then oh, this is supposed to be. I'm going to delete that. It's supposed to be a local. And then in the stat change, oh, hold up. I did something slightly wrong. When we set this, we also need wait, what the heck? Did I just... Okay, this one needs to be not local. This is health redirect value, which is a float. And when this comes through, we have to set the value here. And then when we remove it, we set it to 0. So this is, when this comes through, this is the buff, basically from the warrior hitting the cleric. And it's saying, hey, I'm adding a health redirect to your target. So that's what happens when this part comes through. But then up here is now damage coming through. So this is the damage taking effect. So this is the health stat coming up, the health current type thing. Subtract, we look for a health target. Is it there? And it is. We're making sure they're not dead. And if they are dead, we need to clear both of these now. Value needs to be 0. If it's not dead, we're taking the current statistic change, and in this case, this is the damage coming through. We're setting the health redirect to, we're basically copying the stat change. And then we're going to modify we're taking that copy, multiplying it by the health redirect value. And updating the value to that. And then we send off the stat change to the health redirect target with the copy. And then the final thing is now this value, change and modify, oh fuck. I keep not going back far enough. All right, so this is just setting the owner's power, but it's not calculating it. Owner healing, not calculating it. Owner specialty bonus, value original, absolute, power healing, absolute, but we're not making any calculations yet. So this is all irrelevant. We're just setting some like local variables to be cleaner, that's all. So, okay, I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm safe. 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 And now, so, okay. Once again, they're not dead. We copy the amount, or the entire stat change. We take that copy, modify the value, update it. This is the health redirect percentage, and then we send it off to the redirect target. Then we need to take the stat change value modified. Let's see where that starts to get used. Okay, right there. So this is the value coming through. This is the variance bonus and the power modified. Okay. So all we need to change is this guy. So we're going to continue through as we normally would. But we're going to take the, where is this set again? This is set by the start there, right? Which is just, it's a negative value. So we need the so I'll probably have to copy this. And now it's we have to do the reverse of this. So we have to take the health redirect value. We have to do a 1 minus this to get the opposite. So this is like, if that was 25% health redirect to the tank, we need to get the opposite, which is 1 minus 0.25, which is 75% going to the cleric. And so that is going to be multiplied. I think we can actually just take this stat change value modified. I think that works. And then we just update it. And so if we have, let me double check. It's a negative value already. So if we have, 25 damage coming through, it'd be negative times 0.75. Yeah, that should work. I believe. All right, let's give it a test. Save all. Why is all this saving? Oh, it's all because they have stack components. That's why they're all saving. Hopefully I didn't break anything while I modified all that stuff. Now we have to actually make the ability. So we'll go to the players, classes, warrior. And I don't think I made this. I'll just call it protect ally. And then I think I'm just going to do I guess we'll just take the enrage base, whatever. Let's just take magic defense. Copy here. Probably some sort of paladin spell. Looks good. Whatever. Alright, and this one I need to change up the targeting. Is ally. Come back down. It is a direct target. It is an target lock actor ally. And action owner. I mean, technically it's actor current. And I don't know why there's a second ability here, but just deleting that because I don't need it. And now we do stat change. What is this delay? Protect ally. I need a delay there. And then this is now a health redirect with a value of, because I did, okay, I potentially don't even need a separate struct for this, but there's going to be more options in the future, so whatever. Right now the percentage, we'll just say half. And I'll test a few times without everything. So duration, 30 seconds. That makes it a buff. User interface, let's do health. Redirect. Get my UI from here. I really need to implement my change for kind of icon files. And background I technically don't need. Health redirect. I don't care about VFX right now. Target is ally. Duration positive, unavoidable. Math is add. The value, all this doesn't matter. These values don't matter. Power scaling doesn't matter. And tick doesn't matter. Threat doesn't matter. Crit doesn't matter. These don't matter. Let's give it a shot, yo. Oh, I didn't add to the kit. Kits. This is a 3. Protect ally. That's right? Go here. So I have stamina here and protect ally. Yeah, okay. Alright, so over here, just aggro this guy. Taking 9 damage, whatever. I get R3 over here. Oh. Oh, of course I get a crit. I need to get the crit. Alright, R3. Taking 9 damage. I'm going to buff my ally with Protect Ally. I need a bigger range. And so parry's coming through. Now we both take 8 and 7. So the modified amount is not coming out. But it is transferring. So we're almost there. It's just not updating the value properly. Now it's strange it doesn't update. The value should definitely be changing for him. Oh, okay. It was very weird. The value didn't change for him at all. Did I set the change? Did I set the value? .5. Let me make sure. What is this coming through as? So it's .5. So why isn't that changing at all? That's weird. It should, like, maybe it doesn't work for me, but it should absolutely be working for him. Maybe it's just because of the damage values. Could it be, maybe it's pre-mitigated values that that we're actually doing. So let's take the wolf. I want to just bump this to like 100 or something. So it's 3 to 6 pre-mitigated, but let's go like 30 to, or let's just do flat values. Let's do 50 for the wolf. All right, so 55, 55. So 30 and 30. So it is working. And then if I go to the protect ally stat change, let's do 100. Let's see if 100 works. So 55, parry, 55, buff. Now he's taking like no damage. He's taking a little bit of damage. Oh, I think I was taking most of it there. All right, let's reduce that value here. So now let's go to like 20. He's dying a little too fast. All right, I confused myself a little bit there. All right, this is the person getting hit. So 25, 25, and then I buff them. They're taking 5. So power's being added, that's what it is. So you still take a little bit of damage, which I'm kind of fine with. Because power gets added after this whole thing. So that's why it feels a little odd. But it's working. I'm taking the full amount. And then they just take the leftover power. So they take a little bit of damage. And then we're off, and now he's not. Now he's taking full damage again. So health redirect is in, yo. All right, put this back to, before I forget, 3 to 3 is what it was at. But yeah, I kind of like that there's a minimum damage you could take. So you can't, can't block everything with the redirect. So that's kind of cool. There's a chance if I wanted to really, what is this going to? Nothing. This is what? This is action? What? Scene component? Oh, I don't need this. Organization. Maybe lower this down a little. Yeah, that wasn't too terrible. That was pretty easy to implement. But you can see, as I saw earlier, when we get to this point, this is the raw value set in your data table. This is the variance bonus we calculate, so that's also something that's not being adjusted, which is why when it was 50%, they were getting the same amount. And then the power value is a flat increase as well. So there is some there's some actual variance there, but like technically, I could add some modifiers here. Like I could take I could probably also change those values, I guess. So variance bonus, but variance bonus gets calculated after there. So I could just do variance bonus. We have the health redirect value. And so once again, we need a one minus type thing. One minus that, and then multiply this by here for this. And then do the same thing for power. And that technically would make it a perfect transfer, I believe. And then if we really want, you know, damage pass through, we can just do a lower percentage. So this guy's going to get aggroed. And so now I think I still have it at 100, I think. So 10, 8, whatever, buff. So 0. Now we're getting 0. 9, 9, 8. So that makes it actually like not a weird question of what the hell is going on? Why is he still taking damage? And the buff should fall off. And now it's back to going back to him for full mount. And nothing's different over here. Alrighty. Dunzors. Stat change, protect ally. The base is going to be like 40%. And then we will make the crit version. And we'll change this to .8. And this one I could actually do like a .8 health transfer, but I could make it an area effect ability. And he transfers everyone's damage to you. Because you take less damage as a tank. But that you could get one shot if you're not careful. But maybe that's the situational use, right? That's what makes it a oh shit situational thing. Hey, my cleric's got a big heal on the ground. Well, I guess that's true. Like clerics are supposed to have like these big complete heals, and so AOE 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. I won't make it too big. We'll make the I'll also give this a cast time. I'll just do the roar or battle cry. I'm going to go through this obviously again. Battle cry, clear. Just so you know what you're casting. Protect allies. And then I'll also, on the protect ally AoE, I'm going to make it a much shorter duration, like a 10-second duration. Or we'll do 15 seconds. Yeah. And then we need to get to our kits for crit. Oh, I do not. Yeah, I do have to update the targeting. Okay, if I go over here. Just to make sure. And then I do this. And they all have it. And now I come over here, and there shouldn't be any type of range thing, so they can like run off after they get the buff. And I need to update the value. Okay, yeah, that's right. I mixed up the things. I mixed up the windows, I think. All right, targeting for this one. None. And direction and just action owner current. And then on the original one, we'll do a range of like 1,000. So you can cast on someone a little bit far away. And ally target. All right, let me try this again. Need a crit. And then I cast my 4. Protect allies. This guy gets the buff. And they're taking 2. I take 8. And it's a short duration because it's AoE. Cool, yo. I'm happy I did that one. That one's cool. And then on the single target one, make sure you need a target. Boom. not split. And that one doesn't reduce as much anymore. So now, weirdly, we're getting more damage output. Why is that? 5 and 8 is around 13 to 14. Oh, because that goes back into the humna 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 humna. So it's 100% value, it's working properly. But if it's a lower percent value, it's a little bit, we get that variance coming through. Because both characters are doing at least a little bit of the, I wonder how I can offset this. Yeah, so it's when it's 100% transfer, it works perfectly. When it's a 25% transfer, they're doing 25% of the power calculation and 25% of the variance calculation. So it adds up adding damage to the monster's output. Which obviously at low values it's not much, but if you think about like a late game raid, you're just adding damage that needs to be healed, which is not good. So I suppose if there's, I can just disable the variance. Technically. And there's even the specialty bonus here too, which I don't really use right now, but what is this? Ignore power. Oh, I'm not even doing this down here either. Yeah, so I could technically put the variance, I could ignore the variance on the person who has the buff. So that would get rid of this. I hate doing this, these type of one-offs, but I just might have to. I can just set, let's just do this as a temporary workaround, I guess. False. And then in the damage variance calculation, if there's a health redirect, we skip this part. And the default is just 0. So if there's a health redirect, we do not add any variance bonus. So at that point, we don't need this at all. And then back here, we can basically do the same thing for the power. Let's go to power modified. So for the subtract section, so if there's a power, the default is 0. If there's a health redirect, we just go here. If there's not, go here. Okay, so now we should have true values. So 3 and 8. So that would be 11, 2 and 8, 10, 2 and 7, 9. Now it's a little, there could be crits and stuff, but this is always coming through as just 2. And then the anything variant, the tank takes on. That would be 9. Now it's gone. 11, 11. I was taking extra damage from behind there, I think. Yeah, 13, 12, 9, 9, 11. Yeah, so at least the variance and the power bonuses is only being calculated once in the whole thing. And so that's a little bit better. Yes, a crit could happen on both and increase the damage taken technically, but I think I'm satisfied at this point. Okay. That'll do, Donkey. That'll do. All right, save. And then what? Let's do a check-in. Yeah, I think I have all my abilities for the warrior now, right? So now I just get to work on animations and stuff. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take a short break, see if I can munch on something, and I'll be back for some animation work. forgot about my PNG tripper today. I am back. I sort of forgot. Got distracted. Went to go eat. Decided to cook some food for later tonight. And then made some toasted peanut butter. All right, I think I might actually stop my stream. I'm thinking here. I think I need to reset a little bit. Let's review Warrior here. We have our auto attack. So shift R1 is a block buff, higher chance to block. Shift R2 is a magic resist up. And the crit values are all just better versions. And Shift R3 is a damage all mitigation. But it's less values than individually and stuff. Q, R1, is a threat generator. And then Q, crit. Yeah, same thing, but better. And then Q2 is the bleed. And then Q3 is double attack, I think. And then Q3 crit is actually the leap attack. My dog's going bonkers for some reason. Then we have E1, which is interrupt. E2. Knockback. And then E3. You can learn my crit. Is a stun. Then E1 crit. I can't remember. Do I change these? E1 crit. Or yeah, let's go E1 crit. Is a silence. An E2 crit, I think it's just a knockback farther. Yeah, knocks back farther. And then an E3 crit is a longer stun, like a 4-second stun. And then we have R1 is the stagger stuff. So R is just staggers and just gets better and more burst depending on R1, 2, 3. So I just staggered in there. Then we have 1 for pull. And then of resource, of course. One for pull. Two is R1 is just growing power. And then R2 for this is what? a knockback, AoE knockback. And then we're on R3. Is the AoE threat, I believe. AoE threat. And then the crit versions of all of those is just better. Then we have break armor. And now we do more physical damage. The next one is weakening force, so they deal less damage. And then R3 is a snare. What's up with my dog? 1 second, buddy. So 4 is crit R4. 1 is not set. Crit. What is that one? Yeah, I'm coming, dog. Crit 1. 4. Surge of endurance. Crit. Oh, duh. I ran out of stamina. I forgot I made a stamina regain. So if I use a bunch of abilities, do that, Slam, Shift, R, E, Q, 2. If we go down to 1, I can pop. Did it still not work? Why is it not working? Oh, okay. I'll be back. See you guys.